Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. It is finally time for a little more art today. It's a little cold in my room. I am bundled up really hard. I don't know why the AC was on. It is like chilly outside. But we are going to do some more art today. Today, we are going to be working on boxes. For those who might be confused or unsure, so basically, one of the most basic things to be able to learn is, well, boxes. So I am going to be working on that today, as well as like a little bit of anatomy and kind of figuring out where I want to go with it and how to work on it. Excuse me. However, before I work on boxes, there's actually something else that I was working on just for shits and giggles, and I thought it was really fun. And I am going to show that off here, which is... Scooch over here. All right. So I've been watching PCAT's videos. PCAT is a really interesting artist who has been putting out like a lot of informational videos for a lot of different prospects when it comes to art. Things like anatomy, being able to draw, line art, sketching, trying to draw faster, art blocks, drawing in a perfect circle, things of that nature. She even has like a bunch of shorts and everything that she's been doing as well. She's had a lot of fun ideas and creative things to work on with these. I haven't watched a whole lot of these, but I've watched like just enough for it to be like, okay, I actually really like this. This is definitely a video I'm going to take a look at some point here, maybe today. And you know how I learned how to draw hands in a week, tips in drawing clothing folds and wrinkles, Pokemon, just all sorts of different things that I think is like really interesting. She even did like a little bit of a react on how PewDiePie made his not made, what's the word I'm looking for? So basically, like with PewDiePie actually ended up inspiring like a lot of people, which was kind of wild. Because what PewDiePie did was drawing once a day for like 30 minutes or something for sorry, my tablet or my keyboard's like way away from me over my tablet. PewDiePie drawing. Not the bridge incident. We don't need that. So, yeah, basically doing the teaching himself to draw for like 100 days or so. And this piece right here that you can see in the thumbnail was one of this little piece here inspired so many people into like wanting to pick up a pencil and try to draw, because this kind of proved to a lot of folks, without like a lot of prior education, without like doing any proper studying, literally just picking up a pencil, practicing, and then like a little bit of studying, like doing examples, drawing from like other art pieces and stuff. He went from like this, which no, fine, all right, you know, it's art. Like drawing these cute little things here. And then towards day 78, where was it at? He made it to this. That's 3 months. In just 3 months of practicing without like a whole lot of like prior education, without like a whole lot of like in-depth studying or anything, he made a phenomenal piece out of this. And even he admits the idea that, like, it was almost like a fluke, because I don't think he mentioned, like, he hasn't been able to, like, recreate that. And he doesn't think that, like, anything that he's made has, like, been able to live up to that. But it still shows a lot. And so basically with that, it helped inspire a lot of people. And what I've been doing here with a lot of the art stuff that you guys have been seeing, you're going to be seeing a lot more art streams, because I want to become an artist. I want to, like, be able to comfortably call myself an artist and, like, do something with it. I want to be able to create. Like, I've had such a immense level of, like, respect and love for people that were artists, that are artists. And there is a kind jealousy, I want to call it. It's not like a, they're so talented in me, I'm so jealous kind of thing. It's just, damn, they're really good at this. I'm jealous. I wish I could do that. But I got into my head for, like, the longest time of wanting to learn how to draw, but I didn't want to learn wrong. That was the thing that I was always terrified of. I didn't know where to start on the very basics, on the very high stuff, on the, like, very start of them. Like, where do you go? Do you start with figure drawing? Do you start with this and that? Well, no, you start with shapes. Excuse me. And that is one of the fundamental things about, like, art is, like, the most basic you could possibly start is shapes. And you got to get good at it. You practice it more. Some people don't even need that. Some people are just simply good at eyeballing it and can just wing that shit. Do a little studying on the side and stuff and everything, but otherwise they can just wing that shit. I cannot do that. And it finally got to a point to where now that I'm on medication and everything, I can actually take the time to sit, study, focus. And I'm surrounded by a lot of caring, loving people who want to support me in order to be able to pursue this passion that I've always wanted, but never been able to cling on to create on my own. So, we're going to be doing a couple things. One, we are going to be checking out some of PCAT's videos. PCAT is, like, literally the only person that I am subscribed to on my VOD channel. Which, by the way, if you want to go see my VODs, the latest one is out today. Which you go find here, where I play Repo with friends. With Cozy, Anthony, Squeaky, Summoner, and Varendale. You can also see the very first episode of Tales of Symphonia Dawn New World with me and Seth. So if you guys want to watch some of that or any of the other Repo streams, Monster Hunter, Elden Ring, Sekiro, all that stuff, feel free to go check out the VODs channel. Some of these things may no longer be available on Twitch, so if you want to keep updated on some of the older VODs that are coming up on live, we have those put up on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. The release dates might start lessening a little bit here. I might end up doing it only, like, 2 or 3 times a week, depending on how often I actually am streaming, because I have been skipping quite a few days, and we are going to get caught up very quickly if I continue that. Taking a look at here. I've been watching a few of PCAT's videos, and she's had, like, a lot of really good information on this. And before we get started, something that I was talking about on Blue Sky today, a little fun thing that I was doing, which was trying to draw the perfect circle. Right now, my best is at 97.3%, and I was even practicing this on mobile because I recently just got the Clip Studio EX subscription for 4.0. Now, I know a lot of people are really pissed about the fact that, like, or we're pissed about the whole subscription-based shit with Clip Studio, which I still argue against as well. I don't like subscription-based content. I would much rather be able to just pay a simple price and then be allowed to have it forever. But I've been running 1.0 for the longest time. I got to see a lot of the benefits and updates moving up to 4.0 simply with the Pro. However, I don't like being limited on only the Pro because I like using the EX assets as well, especially when I'm doing animation. Well, I need more than just 24 frames to be able to practice with. And the timeline is also like very short and limited as well. It's not just 24 frames. It's like, I think I can only do like 30 seconds of animation or something like that. But this has been a really fun thing for me to be able to try and practice on a little bit, that I would heavily suggest to try out as well, just to kind of see how you're going about it. And wow, these are a lot worse than what I was doing earlier today. There we go. One of the things that I noticed when it comes to like drawing is that like I have this tendency to move, like, especially when it comes to the circle, I move like up and then I'll go around. And so like I was having a hard time like trying to just and it was a really interesting thing. Faded Lyra, I was talking to her earlier today. And she gave the sentiment that she had heard years ago from another longtime artist that stuck with her. Constantine, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. That she heard, which was draw a circle. Any inconsistencies or imperfections are your style shining through. Which I thought was really cute. I like that idea. I like the idea it's like that's your style shining through. Or that's my just imperfections and I'm bad at this, but you know, it's whatever. And I always want people to know as well that like whenever I make any kind of comments about like me, oh, I'm bad at art, I'm bad at this thing, it's not about self-deprecation to me. Some people it is. Some people do just genuinely self-deprecate, and then it's just like it's not as comfy, you know. It's you don't want people like constantly just talking bad or down about their art and everything. But for me, I do it in a very critical stance where it's just like I know it's not all that good. And it's because of my lack of experience, my lack of like drawing properly. And thank you very much for the head pat. So I want to learn more. So to be able to learn more, you have to really like actually start. But you don't always know where exactly you want to start with this. You don't know how sometimes. You don't know if you're too slow, if you're too fast, doing things too wide. And sometimes you need a little more patience. And you have to allow yourself to do the basics. You can't just jump straight into doing 60 frames a second animation with all these poses and craziness and everything. Like, you have a lot that you have to learn and go through. And when you're wanting to start off, one of the basic things you want to start off with is simply shapes. Learning how to draw simple things like a box. And even then, when the box is a little bad, I could tell that the sides are a little bit different. I'm not good at eyeballing that at this time. But as I get more used to things, eventually I'll be able to kind of figure out how to stay on it. And Hatterson, thank you very much for resubscribing for 19 months. How you doing, Hattie? There's also the fact that, like, I'm very bad at, like, trying to stay straight. I tend to curve my lines a lot. And I don't know if that is simply my posture, if it is where my elbow sits that's causing me to kind of, like, or what. But with the circle practice, at the very least, this starts me off with understanding that I have a habit. It's a simple little thing, but it is a habit of mine that I have where you see how I always start, which I always try to go, I start here and then I try to go up rather than just starting from like trying to go down. And eventually you start to try to be a little bit more consistent about it. A lot of practice, taking your time with it, trying to stay above the 90. And that was when I learned to try to draw circles from the right side. Because if I'm constantly doing this, where I have this little like nub, well, let me just try doing it this way. But that didn't quite work out as well. Because it is just simply a matter of muscle memory. And my muscle memory is not used to the idea of arcing up here. There's a lot of motion that I'm not used to that I'm trying to learn about, which is being able to draw this direction. For some reason, I have a very hard time being able to draw in the northwest direction. So from 12 o'clock to 9 o'clock, this general direction is very difficult for me to draw. This part is hard. But these parts are good. Sort of. Hey, Martin. I'm glad you finally made it to a stream that was not at the end. Excuse me. So, one of the things that I want to try to do, especially today, is learning how to draw a box. And when you learn how to draw a box, there is a couple of factors you have to take into it when you're drawing it. Because you have to learn, and this is a amateur artist mistake that I have definitely fallen into. When you draw a box, you might think that all the lines would be parallel, right? Because, well, simply enough, if you draw a box here, line there, line there, it's supposed to be parallel. But if you're turning it into a cube, that's a different story. Because when you're turning it to a cube, especially if you're looking at it from a certain angle, you have to make sure that it is no longer just parallel. Eventually, the lines will meet at a... What's the word for it? I'm trying to remember. What is the word for... Vanishing point. Because with a vanishing point, that's basically how it works. Because if I were to draw a towering building, right? So let's say we got a building. I know this is going to be bad. So do you think that it would be just all straight down? Not quite. Because if you try to do it all straight down, now you might think that this makes sense, but in fact, it actually doesn't. Because what you should be doing is eventually if I could draw correctly. Damn it. I used to be able to do this. All right, listen here. They wouldn't be straight on this. Really all depends on your perspective points. Yeah. It depends on your perspective. However, you should always keep in mind of the vanishing point. And eventually, depending on how tall and how high this is and everything, I'm just going to get in here. You start to see now there's a little more perspective to it. Obviously, my lines are garbage, so do not take mine for granted. It is a pain in the ass. Hi, JC. How you doing, Stella? But essentially, the lines will eventually converge. If you let the lines go infinity, they should always converge. And so that becomes one of the details about trying to figure out how to draw a box. And the more you practice, eventually, the better you're going to get at it. And it's one of the basic steps on trying to learn to be an artist. Now I know my lines are like super messed with this. But at the very least, I'm practicing. And one of the things that I want to learn while I'm doing this is eventually I want to be able to start drawing a person better. Understanding how they work when it comes to like the body. Because when you try to draw a person, a lot of times you're going to like take a person and put boxes over their body. But when you do this, depending on the angle and how it changes, it might not ever look right. We're thinking in a 2D space when we try to draw. But what we want to do instead is we want to actually think in a 3D space. Hi, Paige. Hey, Cookie! Welcome on in, Raiders. Today, for myself, my name is Scarheart. I'm part goat, part dragon, a full hype man, raised, and all the lovely folks who are within my home. And today, I am learning how to do some art. Today, we're going to be practicing boxes and learning how to understand a little bit more of the way boxes work, as well as trying to get into anatomy, where we start to eventually get more into figure drawing. Some of the more simpler, basic ways of being able to do it, and I am a beginner when it comes to learning how to do art myself. I am a art connoisseur. I have loved art for the very longest time. However, I have never really had a lot of time to be able to actually draw for myself. So you guys are going to be joining this little journey with me as I go to learning this stuff, and I hope you guys are having a very wonderful time. Please do make sure, if you haven't taken care of yourself yet today, make sure to get something to eat, get something to drink. You haven't taken your meds yet today, don't forget to take your meds, and don't forget, vitamins count too. And also, Flame Wheel, thank you very much for the follow as well. Yeah, tell me what you guys are up to. I would love to hear it. Come on, music. Yes. Cookie was learning to do some voiceovers? Ooh. What kind of characters are you playing as? Was it a soft and soothing debonair? Or maybe it was just somebody who was crazy and wild. Or maybe it was an old lady. I don't know. Welcome to Grandma's lesson on how to use computers. Today, you're going to help Grandma figure out what a Trojan virus is. Determined lab assistant woman for an SCP-styled project from the looks of it. Ooh. Cool. I do love doing voiceovers too. Sent her a link to some stuff I've been doing. Nice. Yeah, a bit of voice acting and chilling. I'm reading a script that my manager Domi made for their character. I was supposed to be a war-torn woman doing SCP type recording. Ah. Ooh, I might have to go take a listen to that. That sounds really cool. Your model looks really cute as that sort of chibi style. What creature is it? Goat dragon. Part goat and part dragon. The goat is the goat is a fairy goat, and the dragon half is elder dragons. I don't talk about the lore a whole lot, but basically the mother's side was a race of goat people who were very adept at magic. Meanwhile, the father's side was a race of elder dragons. However, their bodies could not obviously work, as one was literally a dragon, the other one was a think like a skinnier Toriel. I love the ear wiggles. Makes me want to give him rubs. Yeah. This PNG was made by my wonderful fiance, Seth Esbet. Also, quick tip for faces. The eyes should line up with the ears, but you seem to be doing really good too. Oh, yeah, no. Don't worry. I know that. Basically, right now, we're just simply focusing on doing general shapes and going off of that here. So right now, what I'm doing is also just I kind of forgot that I was getting zoned into it again and not actually explaining what I was doing. So I do apologize about that. Anyways, so what I am doing is giving a brief little example of using shapes, because that's kind of what the more important thing of today's lesson is going to be, is learning shapes and anatomy. Because when you want to become an artist, you have to learn how to do shapes, because shapes are in fact very important. And some people might look at it and go, well, I know how to draw a square, it's 4 lines. But do you though? And then you go to try and draw a square, and then you realize, yeah, this is pretty okay. And then an actual artist takes a look at you and goes, no, that's not. Because you look at a line and you go, well, the square is perfectly fine. All the lines are parallel. This is the perfect cube. But a perfect cube is not supposed to be parallel. There's supposed to be depth to it. And like right now, the way that I have my stuff positioned, it's definitely not correct. But this is just a general idea. Pika has an easy video about cubes. Well, funny enough that you should mention that. Because PCAT is one of the people that we're going to be talking about today, because she is the one that I'm getting some of these lessons from. She's also the only person that I'm subscribed to on my VOD channel, which you can go follow today. If you missed out on any of the VODs, you can go see it at youtube.com/@SkyHeartVODs. And in fact, if you see on my screen here, I'm actually using the pencil brush from PCAT herself. And quite honestly, I think that this is helping me out a lot. I think that this brush is doing a really good job of giving me a little bit of what I needed in order to feel more comfortable practicing. And we're going to be learning a little bit more about the anatomy as well as poses and a few different things. Because eventually in my time, what I want to do, there's a lot of things that I do want to be able to do. And in order for me to be allowed to do those things, I have to be able to draw. And to be able to learn how to draw, I need to be better at learning perspective, as well as learning how to think in a 3D space. Because we're going to be reviewing one of her videos that I was actually just listening into that kind of helps explain a little bit of this, for the fact that whenever we want to try to learn figure drawing, or we try to get an understanding of perspective or of the human body, we tend to just like draw a square and circles on the joints and everything, and well, that's it. You just draw squares. However, when you're drawing the squares, you also tend to forget that there are other factors in play there, such as the fact that, like, if the body switches sides, so if they're in a sideways position, how are you going to see that? And so instead of just doing squares, you have to think in a 3D space instead. So instead of tracing a body and only doing squares and circles, you want to do cubes and spheres. And you start that by understanding how to draw in different shapes and angles. So then that way, as you're learning to draw more, you start to get the idea. And there's a couple of different ways that you can always do these boxes too. Some people are more comfortable drawing a box like this for the chest. Other people do it in a egg shape. They also do something similar with the shoulders, where the shoulders will be in a bit more of a egg shape, which does make sense for the muscle structure in the shoulders, because it's divided up in a couple of different spots. When put together, creates an egg. And so you're going to learn a little bit more about that when you're studying through this. And at that point, it does become just a simple perspective of what you're comfortable with. Some people are more comfortable with the curves. Some people are more comfortable with squares. I might be leaning a little bit more towards the squares, but eventually I could end up leaning into the egg shape instead. And the reason for that being is that it helps me also understand the simple rib cage of the body, because the body has the ribs and everything, which is another difficult thing that you try to figure out. I like to think of people as a bunch of beans personally. So do a lot of VTubers, honestly. But, you know. But yeah, that's another way. Yeah, just like Seth. Seth doesn't even think about squares or eggs. They think about beans. And so it helps to be able to figure out what fits best for you when you're studying and learning these things. PCAT even makes a mention about the fact that one of the most common studies for proportions when it comes to the human body is the book made by Andrew Lewis, who is the actual author that I'm reading the book from right now for figure drawing. Because Andrew Lewis does have a lot of good perspective and points that makes it very easy to understand when you're reading through it. And I've been going through a lot of the details and stuff. And in fact, I've actually been using Andrew Loomis's book to learn and study from while I was drawing other people in the background. I have some art pieces that I haven't shown quite yet, just because, well, one, they're of people that I can't show yet because I don't know if they're characters or designs that they want to have seen. But it is a way to be able to study. And I think the idea of like being able to hit the books on it helps out a lot. However, I know for a fact that the reason why I have such an advantage and edge right now is simply because of the fact that, well, I'm on medication now. Because for some of you who may know, I have ADHD. And it has been something that has been left undiagnosed and untreated for a majority of my life. And so I finally was able to get medicated back in January, where I started off on 10 milligram and then slowly moved up to 15 and then jumped straight to 20. Granted, it was a little bit of a period of trying to understand and get things all figured out with that to make sure that I had my body was well adjusted to it. But it was still a little bit of a process to get through. However, at the end of the day, my work efforts actually improved phenomenally. I was at the cusp of getting fired at my job because, well, the ADHD issues was so prevalent for so long that I was on several written and verbal warnings where basically if I continued to mess up where I was messing up, I would have gotten fired. So I had to take the initiative to get myself medicated. And luckily, I had the help of my aunt to be able to make a few phone calls for me because I work an 8 to 5 job. And a lot of businesses and doctor places are open 8 to 5. So I would literally have to take time off of work in order to be able to make the effort into making those calls because some calls take a while to be able to do. And they're not going to be able to be answered in just a matter of a few minutes. And even now, as I am trying to make this work, I understand where I'm about to start making mistakes. I understand that this is not positioned correctly because, well, that's not how the body works. I was trying to put the leg down here. But if I put the leg down here, that usually implies that it's sticking down over here. But I need the leg to come up a little bit. So then that way this foot is resting on the leg. And so what happens with the end of the cylinder here? It would be moved up a little bit to be able to figure that out. But again, I also know that I'm still not quite perfect at it. I understand that the cylinder shape that I'm doing is not the same size as this. It's too high. It's too low. It's too far. It's too spread out. And so I just have to keep trying. How are you? Have you eaten? Staying hydrated? Taken any meds if needed? Added lip balm if needed? Hand moisturizer? Yes, yes, yes. No, and no. Hi, Missile Dragon. How you doing today? And also, as well, if you want a really good drafting sketching brush, honestly, I love this brush a lot. This was made by PCAT, and it feels really good. Like, this is even at opacity of 100. And for, instead of like the whole thing where it's just, ah, yes, if I press harder, it gets bigger. No, instead, if it's I press harder, it gets darker. Which can help out. A bit sore, but it's something I did to myself and can't complain about. Thanks for asking. Well, I hope you take care of yourself. And obviously with this, like I said, it ain't perfect. Perspective is definitely off here, especially after I zoom out. Looks terrible. But I'm practicing. I'm just learning. What you gushing about over there, Seth? I was talking so much, I don't know when you posted that. I want brush. Okay. And also as well, if you guys want this brush, let me see here. You guys can get it for, I think it's as low as $4. Yeah, it's $4 to get the brush at minimum. I gave $10 because, quite frankly, I know for a fact that PCAT is going to be a godsend for me to learn how to draw. And this, quite frankly, may be like one of those little things in quality of life that I have now that is going to improve my stuff exponentially. Should make an art resources channel in your Discord for people to drop tutorials, brushes, videos, etc. that they like and want to share with people. Possibly. I might make it a thread or something because there is an art channel already. So I might make a thread for it, but we'll see. I guess it kind of depends on how many people are like really into the idea of like wanting to get the resources and study together. But I absolutely do kind of agree with it as well. If you need visual references for people, can use posemyart.com, which I like to think has helped me. Also, Angus, hello. Thank you very much for resubscribing for 8 months. Hope you guys are doing good. Also to mention, with my endeavors to become better with art, for those of you who... Let me see if I can find it here. If anybody is interested in wanting to get started with this, I think it's still available right now. Let me double check here. Spicy was the first person I think it was that shared it with me. There they are. Perfect. So it's available still right now. If you want to get really invested and started with artworks and everything, right now there's currently a Humble Bundle going on where you can get the Create, Paint, and Animate bundle for $25 at minimum to get these 10 items, which is Clip Studio Paint Pro version 4.0 for 12 months. You get the Ultimate Brush Pack with 200 brushes in it for both Clip Studio Paint and Photoshop. 100 Clip Studio Paint brushes, another 100 Clip Studio Paint brushes, one for Superhero Brush Pack, Ultimate Brush Pack, Comic Brush Pack. There's a 100 plus 3D model pack, another 100 plus for the 3D poses, 200 speech bubbles, 100 comic manga panels, 400 storyboard assets, and then there's also the animation program for Moho Debut 12.5 that you're able to get with this whole bundle, which all of these things put together here, you're looking at somewhere around, oh goodness, like 100, 200, 300, 350. This is basically $400 worth of items for $25 minimum. And it also goes to charity as well. And if you want to be able to help support for charity, by all means, feel free to go ahead and get this bundle. Lets you get Clip Studio Paint Pro version 4.0 to get that tested out. Also, Zoe101, thank you very much, or Zoe101, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. And it is a lot of good assets that'll help you out a lot. And if you don't want to get the subscription for Clip Studio Paint, where you have just the permanent license, but stuck at 1.0, this gives you the ability to be able to take a look at Clip Studio Paint Pro at 4.0 to see all of the updates and benefits that it has with it. And quite frankly, it's also why that I ended up switching over from my perpetual license for my 1.0 Clip Studio EX to the 4.0 EX Premium, where now I can do Clip Studio Paint on my computer, I can do it on my phone, and I can also do it on 2 additional more devices. So I have up to 4 devices that I can use my Clip Studio Paint program on to be able to either draw while I'm at home, on the go, wherever. So if you guys want to take a look at that, by all means, I definitely do suggest it. I think it's a really good asset to be able to try to work on when you want to be able to learn how to become an artist. And it is one of the main tools that I use to be able to do it. And funny enough, even though like we got all those brushes and stuff, I also ended up using PCAT's brush anyways, just because I really love the brush that she had. So helps me be able to get that. So it all just kind of depends. I would definitely say if you're already planning on getting the Humble Bundle, take a look through the brushes on that first. If there's nothing that you like and you want to use the brush that I'm using, by all means, go ahead and use the link that I provided already. I can also provide it again if need be for the actually, did I give you the Humble Bundle link yet? I did not. There's the Humble Bundle link for if you guys want to be able to get that for yourself. And as well, if you scroll up a little bit higher, you'll be able to see the Gumroad link for PCAT's brush. She's also got a couple of other brushes as well that I might end up getting in the future. But for the time being at the level that I'm at as a art student, it's going to be something that I'll probably look into in the future, but simply not right now because, well, one step at a time. I hate subscription models, but alas, Clip Studio one is worth it and vital to me. Yep. Well, rip me if I do art. Clip Studio is not available to me being on Linux. I might have to use GIMP or Krita. Does Clip Studio not have a Linux version? They might have to fix that eventually. However, of course, as well, if you want to get Photoshop and it's available to be run on Linux, yar har fiddle dee. All right, so with that being said, one of the things that I wanted to look into here, let me get it pulled up. Wasn't this one? I'm gonna try this again here. Damn. Will I ever get 97% again? The slower I go, the worse it is. What was I looking at here? I like how I went to go do something that I immediately forgot what I was doing. Damn. That's typical. The faster you go, less shaking your hand can do. Find the best speed that works for you. The smoothest control is one of those things you learn over time. Yeah. I don't know if I'll ever get higher than 97.3 though. That was insane. Trying to stay consistent around the 90 though is kind of my goal right now. That was also one of the original points to Inktober. It was to encourage digital artists who rely on the undo button to touch physical media and learn more confidence with their lines. Was it? Oh, because that's the ink part of Inktober. It's not about like doing digital art. It's about like using ink and not like undoing shit. The creator of Inktober before he became a greedy asshole, really wanted to bring focus to traditional art again as people were rapidly moving away from it. That's understandable. But didn't people like kind of just ignore that whole purpose and still did the like digital art thing? Hey, this is a challenge for you to not do the undo button and just do traditional. All right, so I'm going to just do digital art, and then if I fuck it up, I'm just going to undo it. I mean, fuck him still for being a greedy asshole, but still. Ooh. It's really bad when I get down here. What if I do this? Ooh. That's way worse. Okay. Inktober evolved over time and became more about doing consistent art for a month and trying out new themes. The creator hated that though. Ah. I really want to see people do this. I want to see how good people can get it. Oh, I think I just unlocked it. Almost. Yo! Oh my god, it's a solved game. I just figured it out. Hell yeah, dude. Yes, I'm still watching. Is there a way to tell it to stop doing that? I see that Seth is playing along. I'm getting it so much more consistently now. I figured it out. Whoo! God damn. Okay. I'm gonna stop doing that now. Oh, man. Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. I need to find figure bodies to practice with. Oh, I gotta do that. Yeet. Just draw hearts. Why is it so addicting? Dude, number go up. We love seeing a high number. It's so addicting. All right. Come on, me. Focus. I'm gonna practice. I'm gonna check something real quick here. Just need to make sure that there's no accidental nudity to this. Okay. Should be fine. Okay, I think this should be fine. So I'm gonna practice a little bit here. So one of the things I want to try to learn and figure out exactly is to do gesture drawing. And with gesture drawing, basically what it is just trying to draw the pose in the most like basic way. To which I realize I need more space. Upsie daisy. I really wish I could do nudes. I wish that we would be allowed. Maybe that's what I need to start doing, like with my blue Twitch channel is just practicing drawing anatomy proper without the worry of like, oh no, Twitch is gonna be mad at me. That's two turned. I got this shoulder way too high. Hi, Tara. I am taking way too long with this. I'm too focused. Hmm. This head is turned wrong. Angle down this way. I realized what I could do. He's beginning to believe, chat. Oops. Give him my brush. Thank you. Probably would have helped if I... Okay, you know what? We'll fix it. There we go. And then... the hat basically goes like this at the bottom, right? Then... yeah, that's kind of it, right? His arm would technically stick out just a little further out here. Because, like, the way that it looks here... Why don't you come down towards the center? Like, it's not too bad, right? Actually, I just realized I know what I'm doing here. I don't need this. I'm dumb. Like, it's not bad for a first try where it's just like, I'm just trying to emulate the figure, you know? And, like, I feel like it does a fine enough job. Like, you know exactly, like, what I'm doing here. You can kind of guess that it's, like, some dude in a... like, some pirate dude with a sword holding, you know, with his hand on his hip. All that jazz. So, if I were to do it correctly... then I guess it would be... like... da-ga-da-ga. Wouldn't really be that. It's a very... like, thin spot there. That's a little high. So it is a little difficult with the costume because I have to like take a little bit of a guess on a couple of these things, but like it's not that bad, right? Because I definitely feel like I overestimated the angle of the shoulder on it. All right. Let's find a new pose. I'm just going to go ahead and put things over here. I'm going to find a Twitch save or Twitch safe nude pose because those are going to be a lot easier for me to deal with. I have an idea. I'm going to turn that off for just a moment. All right, I think this works. And then if I just make sure to merge them. All right, now I'm safe. All right. So, anyways. So do you think that like I'll give my mods a heart attack or something if I do this? Probably. Yeah. Ah, I think it'll be fun. As long as there's no wiggle, it should be fine. Yeah, hopefully. Oh, you mean if I do this? Yes, I know. The horror. This is so much easier. God, this is so much easier than having to deal with clothing. Seth, I know that there is a person on DeviantArt who does poses in the nude, but with like nude underwear on. Can you find that for me, please? First break cereal and fruit. Gotta love free food. Hell yeah. Did you already find it like that? Oh no, you didn't. That was just the thing, other thing that you sent me. That art piece is cute too. Not the person, however, that works. I know they are on DeviantArt though. Oh shit, I've been drawing on her this entire time. God damn it. Oh, son of a bitch. Wrong layer. It's all because I decided to be funny. So this is a decent way to like be able to break it up, right? Because like you get the understanding of it. Also, I almost did a big fucky wucky, but it was fixed. Oh. The thing I reserved last night, the correct date apparently didn't register as being put in. I didn't notice. Oh my god. Yeah, that would have been a bit of a whoopsie daisy. Music, where are you at? Oh, back to the beginning with you. Got a call just now to confirm, and he was like, May 6th, right? And I almost screamed. God. All right. So, a couple of the obvious things that I know of that I want to figure out a little bit more on, which would be the arms, the shoulders, the width and depth of the chest and body from the ribs. Because I think like that's one of the things that I need to start like dissecting more of. And figuring out, right? How much advice are you looking for today? Honestly, as long as it's like on topic of what I am currently doing, I'm good with that advice. Like obviously right now I'm working on the whole boxes thing. Just dissecting key parts of the body. And getting a little bit more of an understanding of it. Because there's obviously like the right now I am simply just main body. So like arms, hands, legs, just getting down the very basics, putting them into shapes. And then once I can get a little bit of a grasp on that, I want to be able to work on putting them together. Anatomy and simplifying it. Basically, yeah. Because we have a few different things to figure out with the anatomy, such as the shoulders, biceps, triceps, hi Iris, joints, Other arm muscles that I don't know the names of. Chest. Hi, son. Abs. Pelvic region. Ribs. Waist. Thigh. And the calf. Upper leg. And the shin. This is me just like kind of going blindly. Like I'm not even referencing anything right now. I'm just like doing it blindly. Ugh. Fuck. Ugh. Ugh. Ow. Ugh. All right. So, anyways, that's basically like what we got going on here, which I wasn't far off on. Let me get rid of all that. Cause like I also got we're to do a little definition. Belly button. That'd be like, does that look weird? It might just be because of how I have it. Because one of the things that I realized is a really big weakness of mine is I like to start off like this, but obviously there's several things wrong with that. it doesn't give me a super confident thing of like what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. And obviously there needs to be shoulders to it, but also that gives me the question of, okay, where do the shoulders lie? Is this the center? Is this the edge? Is this the end? What is this? And then the poses and everything that I do would be a little different. It also kind of throws me off as well. Because this is probably like one of the things that like why it makes it so difficult for me to be able to figure out where I'm going and what I'm doing. Is because I'm so used to trying to do stick figure stuff. This is like a general idea, but like as soon like you can see with the chest kind of like popping out and everything. In my opinion, lines are best to start when trying to get the flow of a pose right before you add bulk. Kinda, yeah. But for me, it throws me off because like I'm so used to drawing stick figures. It's hard for me to think about like I don't have enough knowledge. It's a skeleton bare bones, if you will. Correct. But I don't have enough anatomy knowledge to let my brain put it together. Not yet. So, like, I don't know and understand the flow of the spine, essentially. Because, like, that's one of the things here. Like, okay, this is the character's body, but, like, where exactly would the chest go? Where's the stomach at? Where's the back, etc. And for something like this, where I think in a 3D space instead, it gives me a lot better idea as to where things are. If I actually do it correctly and not like a fucking dork. Hmm. Because in a 3D space, it would be like this. Because then that will give me a little bit better of an understanding of like what I'm doing. And obviously, like right now, I'm kind of doing it in a really messy way. But like being able to break this down more gives me that ability to be able to replicate what I'm looking at. Once you get the grasp on the bulk, you'll be able to mix the two easier. Yeah. And like that's kind of the intention behind this is to get a better understanding of the anatomy and everything and be able to learn more about it and come to an understanding because it's hard for me to process it because I just don't really think about it all that much. But once I start to understand how the perspective of it would work, then eventually I'll be able to actually replicate what I see or just create something on my own. I love this brush so fucking much, dude. Oh my god. This brush is so fucking fantastic. Oh, I'm so happy with this brush. I love being able to just press harder to like make faded lines, press soft for short lines, whatever. Oh, it feels so good. All right, so let's take a look at let's take a look at PCAT's stuff here. Let's see. Can I turn this down just a I'm gonna turn that down a scooch more. Actually, it doesn't matter. VOD's not gonna pick it up anyways. All right. So, as I was mentioning earlier, I've been watching a couple of PCATS videos and stuff, and I want to watch a few more of these while with us on stream here, because this is the person that I've kind of been learning a few more things from, which I really like. She's very informative. She has a lot of good information, and it actually feels good to be able to like listen to. Let's see here. I think it was going from boxes to bodies. I think I was like in the middle of watching this. Yeah. Hang on a second before I continue this. Let's see here. I'm gonna do something else here real quick. All right, Lo-Fi Girl, please don't have anything copywritten. I beg of you. You shouldn't. All right. Let's see. Trying to see how I can mute that part real quick so it's not doubled. Probably should have figured this out like before, but yeah, whatever. Let's see. I think I gotta go to my sound settings. There we go. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have that at like super low volume. And then that way, y'all won't need to worry about the music and stuff. It'll be for the YouTube VOD. Box, 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 box. when you're looking at trying to compare a body to boxes and stuff, you know, you're thinking you'd just be going, ah, yes, I know box, 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 box. That's definitely not a box. But obviously, there's a lot more to it. And so it is a really nice thing to be able to mess around with to try and get that and get the proportions right. Because that is a bitch and a half, let me tell you. And if we do... Nope. Here we go. And zoop. My kingdom for a straight line. Fuck. All right. And then... Nope, I am definitely not feeling that. I ain't feeling that at all. Let me grab the guides here. Ugh, I hate all of that. All right, so I also had something else over here to mess with. Cube! This funny little guy will help me kind of get a little bit of a better idea as to what I am wanting to do. So... Hi, Neon. How you doing? Pain in my ass. Good enough. I just realized. What's my stability at? It's at fucking 2. killing me, Smalls. Boom! A cube. And then the way that she was explaining it, with the cube shit, to turn it into a not triangle, rectangle. Let's see here. Also, fuck this music. Okay. I don't know why it's Christmas music. It's fucking April. Seeing this guy work on this, I keep on thinking of the square hole meme. The circle goes into the square hole. The triangle goes in the square hole. I don't know how the fuck you do that. How do you... Because, like, all right, so this is a corner here, and then it hits the center here. That I understand. But then from this center to the corner... Like, it's so odd. Like, unless my thing is fucked up, which it could be. Unless it's secretly not. And I'm just bad. No, I think mine is fucked up. Hi, Mari. I don't understand. Because it feels like, unless it's just because of the perspective of the cube that I have, because it feels like it should be a little more out here. This feels like it's more appropriate. But then it's a little too long. And if I were to take a guide, let's see. They're gonna move the whole thing. It sure is. It could be very well that I just fucked up my angles too. Yeah, I think I just fucked up my. Oh, I definitely fucked up my angles. Yeah, that shit's fucked up as hell, dude. Okay. So. Okay, we're missing a couple more. I just need. Not you. And then we hide this. Okay. And then basically what we would be doing then would be it's gonna make me draw straight. Yep, it sure is. Or whatever the hell that angle is. Interesting. I think I'm also at the same time like just learning the fucking okay. I see what it's doing. Follow the road. Woo! Follow the road. Woo. Woo. Understandable. Have day. Chat, did anybody ever tell you that art is hard? Art is very difficult. Perspective tool, my beloved. Sure don't. Well, hold on. What was that note? Don't draw both ellipses exactly the same. The far side ellipse always has a longer minor axis. Oh, okay. I understand. The minor axis is shorter because of the angle of the closer circle. Got it. So if I wanted to, first off, get music put back up. It's spherical. You're so right for that. Also, didn't realize I was drawn on the edge. I gotta work on my boxes. They looked like they were fucked by the box ghost. I am the box ghost! Fear me! Beware! Now you might be asking, Sky, what the fuck are you doing? I'm gonna be real with you guys. I have no idea. I just kind of decided to do a little doodle. I started like fucking around with the box. I was just like, wait, what if I could cook with this? The meal might be bland, but it is still my meal. All right, let's watch a little more PCAT. Bye-bye. All right. You heard her, chat. We gotta draw the subscribe box now. All right, but I gotta not do it bad. I said not bad. Yeah, because that's too far back. Because I'm trying to make it so, like, I'm trying to do, like, what she did. I'm not, like, looking at it. Good Lord, I was fucking way off. Good God. My God, my stuff was dog shit. Oh my God. Just gonna put it over here for a second. Okay. Let's undo all this. Let's try again. All right. I swear, sometimes it feels like there's just like a very specific angle that I am just not allowed to draw. Oh, man. Hi, Snap. I made a box. Sort of. That's a very bad box. boy. I did it! I made a subscribe box. It's ass as fuck. Oh man, fuck. Sorry, I hit the microphone. It's pretty good though, is it? That's all right. Back to drawing circles. Damn. I wonder if I can, like, 100% it's got to be, like, I wouldn't call it impossible. I know people have hit 100% before. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, 98.2%. Fuck me. Let's go. Oh. God damn, dude. I didn't think I was going to be getting any higher. Shit. Oh, look at that. I'm the best. All right, now let's immediately fuck it up. Oh, man. I might need to take a little bit of a break here. We're about 3.5 hours in. I'm probably still going to be going for quite a while here, but I also forgot to go get drinks. And I'm down to my last energy drink. So I might have to go AFK for just a little bit here while I go do that. All right. I am going to go AFK for just a little bit. Want y'all to enjoy the... Not this music. Fuck this music. Cozy Akari. Oh, sorry. I just burped in your ear as soon as you followed me. My bad. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. I will be right back after... Pull this music again. All right. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes or something. Probably 15 or so. My power's back. Hell yeah. All right, I'll be back. Breaking news, everybody! I'm back. Did I scare anybody? Are we all muted? All right, I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. Are you still listening in? Say hello if you can hear my beautiful, wonderful voice. I'm sure everybody else is all just kind of gone off for now. All right. So, we have done a little bit of learning here. Hmm. Hmm. What's drawn? I don't know. A person pointing. Also, hi Doom, how you doing? Just vibing a little. Good. You should vibe. Relax a little. Take care of yourself. Where'd my music go? Get back here. Cool, thank you. What do you think of the current Twitter drama surrounding a certain VTuber? I think it's fucking bananas. But also, ain't my wheelhouse. I don't give a shit. Welcome on in, Raiders. Enough with myself. My name is Skyheart. I'm part Go, part Dragon, and full hype man. Ready to stand all of you lovely folks here within my home as I am currently learning how to draw. Hope you guys had a very wonderful time over on Jack's channel. Jax, what were you up to? Playing some more Sea of Thieves, I see. Was doing Oblivion and Sea of Thieves. Ooh. Something happened in Oblivion that made you switch over, or vice versa? Did Oblivion to kill time until a friend was ready to join on sale. Oh, okay. So I see. Awesome. Well, I hope you have a very wonderful time. Do take care of yourself if you need to. Chill and vibe with us. All the artwork you have done so far looks really good. Thank you. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I'm getting better pretty quickly. Delvin Chaos, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. How are you doing? ¿Estoy bien? Bueno. All right, let's see if I can say this right. No mucho, estoy aprendiendo. No habla español. Mi español es horrible. Baldwin is a cool name. It is the opposite of hair loss. Shut. I think the thing that irritates me so much is when the ones that are like, I don't realize it's a pun until like I'm after the sentence. And that shit grates me, and I hate it. I hate you for it. I like the angular eyes. Thank you. Hi, dipshit. How you doing? Hello, Chameleons. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. What Mamuzo? Mamuogo. Start again. Thought I had that bitch looping. Oh, man. Hmm. You know, for a first attempt at trying to use the box method on day one, and then like just a sudden idea, I don't think that's all that bad. I think that's pretty fucking solid. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Mari, what do you think of my first attempt of like trying to do a full body using the box method stuff? I like the face. Face feels pretty good. You're improving? Yeah. I can't wait for like some of the friends and stuff that like I haven't like talked to in a while and like probably don't like see much of my stuff anymore. I want them to like show up one day and be like, Sky, I didn't know you could draw. And it's like, I couldn't 2 weeks ago. Now I'm a master. Or whatever fucking shit. I need to get better at drawing myself. Yeah, I'm the guy. Yeah. I'm arting. I'm doing the art thing. I ate a lot today. It's my dad's birthday. Nice. Happy birthday to your dad. All right, the dork. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. What? Who? Where? Why? How? I'm in the middle of poorly drawing. I will go look in a quick second. Leslie Beard, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. So I've not been speaking much. I've been lurking, though I'm going to take off now. See you later, Sky. It was lovely to meet you. Yeah, have a good one. Thank you very much for coming on in. All right, I need to go find out what the hell that was. Oh, sweet. Hold on a second here. Aw. Who's it say it was from? Oh, Trainer Kaiju. Thank you so much. Evening Sky, how goes the Sky art? Oh, pretty alright. Definitely making silly faces for funsies. I was on the wrong layer again. Fuck me. Good old wrong layer moment. Am I right, chat? Ah! That's fine. Rain Cells, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Where'd my music go? Yes, for the love of God. My honest reaction win. Welcome on in, everybody. If you're not familiar with myself, my name is Skyheart. I'm part goat, part dragon, a full hype man. Raising all you love you folks. Oh, it's a double raid. Hello. Oh my God. Double my honest reaction win. Welcome on in, everybody. If you're not familiar with myself, my name is Skyheart. I'm part goat, part dragon, a full hype man. Raising all you love you folks within my home, as I am currently doing some arting. As you guys might not know, I am not very much of an artist. However, I am learning today, and I have been having a very nice time doing that. Blizzical, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Let's take a look here and see what was going on here. So Nyx was playing Bokura, and let's take a look here. Rabbi was, oh, were you guys together? I want to pat the floof. Yeah. I've been messing around with stuff. I only just kind of got started today on learning how to do stuff. So, like, been messing around with that. Playing Bokura. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Good. Good, 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 good. Where is... So, as you can see, I've been messing around with a couple of things here and there. That's another one. Basically, just like messing around with boxes and cylinders and spheres. Learning the 3D body, basically. And by the way, don't forget to subscribe. Like, comment, and subscribe. I hope you guys are having a very wonderful time. Please, if you need to take care of yourself after stream, feel free to do so. Get something to eat, get something to drink. If you haven't taken your meds yet today, don't forget to take your meds. And don't forget vitamins count too. As I want to make sure you all are taking care of yourselves because you're a wonderful audience and I care about you. I can definitely feel my hands starting to hurt a little bit. But we still go on, baby. Because that is what we must do. And as we go on, we make silly, funny faces. As I am wont to do. Gonna go make dinner. Have a great stream. All right, Nix, you have a good one. Thank you very much for sharing your audience with me. I hope you have a very wonderful rest of your night. So far, so good. I'm glad. Hey there, Cramfo. How you doing? Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm pretty proud of this face. Hi there, Misfitter. How you doing? I love the eyes. Thank you. It was, in fact, like one of my goals to be able to make like really expressive like faces and shit. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. All right. Good Lord. I think this was a pretty successful stream. Oh, it's been almost 6 hours. My fingers are hurting, dude. We got to learn a little bit today. I got to make a couple funny faces. Got to work on a couple of boxes and shit. Stinky! You do good art. Do I? I'm glad. Honestly, I can't wait to see what people say about this. Oh. I feel really good about that. Oh, man. I like it. All right. That is going to do it for today's stream. Let's take a look and see who we're going to rate out to. Just going to slap that there for now. Hide my display. All right. Thank you all again for joining me for tonight. I very much do appreciate it. I love you all. Thank you very much for donating to the XP Pen Magic Drawing iPad. Means a lot. I am going to rest my fingers because otherwise my fiance will fucking kill me. Let's see who we're going to rate out to. Oh, yeah, that person that's in the chat right now. Seth. That's my fiance. Oh, let's see. Who do I want to go say hi to? You know what? Let's go say hi to Min. There is the raid message for today. I will see you guys on Thursday for some more art. That is what I'm going to do. Oh, figure it out. But yeah, I appreciate y'all. I'll finish up on the back of the hair before I post it. But again, thank you all very much for joining me here tonight. It does mean a lot that y'all are here. Like, honestly, it feels good that people are like wanting to support this, you know? It's not the normal thing that I had been doing for, you know, the last 3 years here, right? So it's a lot lower energy. You know, I know people come in to see the hype man and everything. But still, it means a lot that you guys actually want to stick around for this and see my progress and all that. Means a lot to me. All right. Enough sentimentality. Let's raid the hell out of here. Prove to me you're awake. Let me see those emotes in the chat. And if you don't have my emotes, feel free to use whatever emotes you want to. Fill that shit up with whatever you want. Appreciate y'all. Love ya. And I will see you on Thursday. Bye-bye.